Hey everybody. Actually, should have given myself 5 more minutes finishing up some things, but I guess this gives you time to um gives you time to filter in, start asking some questions. This I have vision still up from a study stream that we were just doing, and if I can't get onto some tables quickly, we'll do a little more PLO study before we get going, or I might just chat with you all for chat with you all, maybe watch some tables before we get our seat. So throw some questions in chat. I'll be back for them shortly. Let's see. It's probably breaking. Hang on. Obviously, I'm going to close vision when any actual tables start, like when I sit down. Oh boy. Well, I'm still too busto to play 100, 200 because I can't get my deposits to work. Plus, they're playing 40 big blind deep PLO, which I don't even play. So again, I guess you guys will. The questions will catch up to me soon, hopefully. But bear with me for a little bit as I do some setup things. I rushed to get going. Zach says everyone better watch out tonight. Phil's been studying all day. His UTG opening ranges are going to be precise. That's true. I was studying UTG open ranges. Trying to a couple stream things set up and trying to pause it a little bit. It's very buggy, but well, you know what? It's not interesting. Moonlight Master, good to see you as always. Thank you for linking to the study stream. Again, thank you for bearing with me. D-Doc likes turtles. I assume you're referencing that really good video from like 15 years ago or something. Greg, good to see you. Okay, hang on. So we did... So are there any games running? No. So there's a 5100 game and a 100-200 game that seem to be running around one person in particular, and he kind of table hopped from the 2550 to that. But they're short stacking, and I think by the time I get on the table, it will be because he table hopped somewhere else. So I just have to be a little aware. I would also just rather play somebody that heads up yellow. All right. Alan says, is it me or all the best poker players named Phil? Need to change my name soon. It is a weird number of Phils. Am I still in Vancouver? I hate kids much. No, I haven't been in Vancouver for a while now. I live in Vegas. Favorite game to study these days is not PLO. I would love to study No Limit Hold'em. I was talking about in my last study stream, but I can't find a reason to. Rob says, hi, Phil was watching episode 3 and thinking about standard deviation, heads up PLO, and the significance of your comeback in that context. Could you comment on that? The 25,000 hands is, I mean, it's a lot of poker to play, but variance is going to play a large part in the result. And so, you go on. Was there a real recovery story there? Or was it heavily variance related? No, I definitely ran badly at the start and ran hot at the end. There's no way around that. I also played better at the end than at the start. There was a very distinct difference in the way that I played, but if I ran the exact way that I did at the start for the rest of it, then I would have continued to lose. Because I mean, and if I ran the way that I did at the end at the beginning, I probably would have been like break even at the beginning. I don't know, or no, I don't know. I probably would have won. So yeah, like I think that as it's tough to say who ran better over the match as a whole. We don't know. We don't know where the edge really was at different points, but there was definitely like the beginning was me running bad and the end was me running good. What time is it? Yeah, let's not study. We'll close this. We just watch the tables that are running now while we chat. Any chance my hotkeys work today? No. But we'll go to the 2-table view, I guess, for now. It's not quite centered. We can maybe talk about some of the hands as they play out, although not yet, since I'm still... Oh, you know what? I kind of wanted to... Yeah, actually, hang on. I wanted to log out and log back in. So... do I have to close it, or is there a log out button? Log out. Okay. Log in. All right. Thank you all for being here and chatting. What else do we got? Monk Lily says, I can type today. It wasn't a sub on this account. And all of a sudden, comments went to subs for 24 hours only. The next day was 48 hours. And then yesterday, 3 days. Yeah, I moved it back to regular. Okay, I'm going to get a seat. And it's probably because the game is breaking. Yeah. Just going to open some tables in case stuff pops off. Yeah, we were having trouble with one troll who was just like continually making new accounts, and so we'd ban him and he would just do it again. I guess I should tell the internet that I'm streaming. And then a link. What else we got? You said it 4 days ago. I was flipping tables. Says Monk Lily again. Jason, thank you for the good luck wishes. Greg says, Poker Go ruined poker. Does anyone else think that? No, I very much disagree. I think that what people don't realize is that if Poker Go didn't do what they did, we were just going to have no options. I mean, not literally no options, but as I understand it, they kind of rescued WSOP broadcast on Real TV too, because they helped fund it. So yeah, I think they've done a lot of good. And yes, and you need to pay to get some of their content, but they spend a lot of money on poker broadcasting, including some that contributes to stuff that you could see on YouTube or ESPN for free. Oh yeah, I was going to tweet about it. What else? But I want to catch up with you guys. Keep the questions coming because I might not get any action for 13 more minutes. DM says, who are some of the best PLO MTT players right now in your opinion? To be honest, I don't know. I would imagine that the list is very similar to the best PLO cash players, is my guess, but not quite there. Supero, no games yet. There will be. Gage, if you had to relocate out of the U.S. for poker family business factors these days, where would you go? Back to Vancouver or elsewhere? I like Vancouver better, but now that we have a son, maybe like somewhere in Mexico with a beach. And obviously there are great places, far away from the U.S. I don't know, like Thailand or something with beaches and lower cost of living. But that would be too far away from a lot of family. It's bugging me that it's not quite perfect, these two tables. Okay, that's good enough. What else we got? Do I speak to Venny? How did he feel after the challenge? Must be tough from the way it went down. Yeah, we do talk every once in a while, and he was extremely like positive. Like I was super impressed with how positive he was after the challenge, and he said it was such a good experience for him and made him such a stronger player. And he's had a ton of success since then, so you don't need to worry about him. YouTube. Sorry, I'm just getting the link to the stream to put on Instagram, and then we'll be fully focused on you all. And in 11 minutes, the tournament will start. So even if we don't have PLO cash games, we'll, you know. One more question before bedtime. Who's the best Deuce 7 player in your day? If it was True Teller, do you think it was because he had access to solvers before everyone else? Matthias, good PLO question. So first, Rob, I can't multitask. Here, I'll take a picture of the chat for the Instagram story. The best player was different at different points. So when I first started playing, this guy named Yan Chen, I think. And then I actually think for a while it could have been me for a little bit. But very quickly after I was like top 3, I think I was top 3. I don't know if it was best. Then the Germans, a bunch of Germans, became the best because they got access to a solver. And that was before True Teller did, I think. And then eventually, I assume True Teller did, and I don't know. I didn't think he was the best at any point. I thought he was, top 5. But it's really hard to tell, to be perfectly honest with you. So. Link. All right, and now I am done with my phone. Matthias says, what's your general approach to playing paired boards? Say 10-10-4 rainbow and you face a c-bet. How do you structure your calling raising ranges? Like, what are your thoughts? I like to go with a very small raise sizing when I do raise. And I tend to adjust a lot to a specific opponent. So if I'm just assuming an unknown, then I like to play I like to check raise hands that have a reasonable chance of betting turn. So backdoor draws, 10 blocker plus 5-5 or something. And then obviously some value. I don't check raise many trips hands on 10-4-4, whereas like on 10-10-4, I check raise a lot more trips, but always with at least a few overcards. They don't have a 200-400 on this site, I believe. One second. I don't know if that was the best answer, Matthias, but that's roughly how I go for it. And so I am more passive on 10-4-4 just because, at least with relatively deep stacks, you don't really want to raise a lot of like, you don't want to raise a lot of 4x and then bet. And when you do, you need like, because I usually like to raise trips with 3 overcards. Not always, but often. It's hard to have 3 overcards on 10-4-4. 3 overcards to the 10, and then also obviously you can run a 10-10. So yeah, because you just end up with the nuts a lot less often with the undercard pairs. And I guess my bluffs on those boards, like on 10-4-4, do contain a lot of pairs between 9s and like 5s and 9s, because I can turn the overfull with my 2 outs. Yep, 5-minute delay. Chris Lowry, any plans to resume the challenge with Jungleman? Yeah, at some point. John, I'm sorry that you're bored. Frankie, do you think poker migrating towards solvers makes it less attractive to amateurs? Kind of. I think a lot of small betting is kind of not fun to play against, and solvers tend to, I mean, like, so theoretically optimal poker is kind of less fun. I think for like to play against for recreational players. So it kind of creates styles that are less fun, but I don't think some probably get intimidated by it, but I don't know how much of an impact it has. Jens Peter Nielsen, can you have Vision running while having a poker client open? So on Run-Once Poker, you couldn't, because we set up an integration between them, and we offer that integration to every poker site, but they did not take us up on it. Greg, thank you. The main, does the main get edited and put on ESPN later though? I thought it did. How hard is it to have a successful poker site? What are GG Poker Stars doing good? Have almost all the market share. It's extremely hard. The software is hard to build, and then also I would say, like, to simplify quite a bit, the biggest thing is that traffic begets traffic. So the more players you have, the more players you can get. And so starting small and climbing the hill, it's a very steep hill. You know, like pushing a snowball up a hill versus pushing a snowball down a hill. I think to get big, I think it's really hard to get big kind of like bootstrapping. I think you need, it's possible, but I think it's really hard. So I think you need a lot of money, because you need to enter, and at least for the market you start in, have a lot of traffic so that like you're the best option for that market. So what GG did is they came into a lot of markets that PokerStars was not in. So even though PokerStars was bigger than them at the time, they were still the best option for those markets, and they captured all those markets, a lot in Asia, for example. And then now they had a bigger player base, and they can go take on PokerStars in all the other markets, and it helped them get big. So you need to be the best option in terms of game availability for players, for at least some segment of players, and then it becomes a lot easier to grow. Are you ready for the challenge of your life? 50, I assume it's 50K hands versus Berry Sweet. Maybe at like 25-50. I don't want to play him at 200, 400 for 50K hands. I think it's a little too scary, to be honest. He's the only one that scares me. Not to say that I'm better than everybody else for sure, but like he's the only one that scares me. When building a bankroll with sub 5K, should you focus on MTTs or cash more? I always like cash, but I don't really know. It really depends on the availability of games in your area. I'm going to sit alone at 25-50, by the way, just to see if somebody joins me. See, it's almost tournament time. During your stream, have you ever misclicked online for a large amount? If so, I have a story about it. So there was one time I was like 14 hours into a session, I think. I was playing, it was either 100, 200, 200, 400 against Daniel Alai. And I bet with like I think I bet the turn with like 2 overcards and a gut shot and a nut flush draw. And then he disconnected. And there's a 90-second disconnect time bank. And I was like, oh, okay, good. I have 90 seconds. I've had to pee for a really long time. So I go run to the bathroom and pee. And then I come back and my hand was already folded because he had 90 seconds to reconnect. But what actually happened is he came back in he reconnected in 5 seconds, went all in, and then I timed out and folded. That wasn't a misclick, but that's my most memorable story. Frank says, watching poker on TV now with the way commentators and players act is less fun than old school days. Bigger personalities then. Yeah, I think that there are a lot of good personalities in poker now, but when they're playing, like a lot of the poker you see on TV is like, 200K high rollers at Triton. And it's just like those players, almost all those players are not getting any sponsorship money. They are playing in a really tough field for a ton of money. And so A, it's very tense, but B, also to like be jovial and funny and interact is giving up edge, because the players who are hyper focused, who are not giving off anything, are gaining an edge over you. And so, back in the day, first of all, the games were softer by a lot. And second of all, there was sponsorship money flowing. So not only did the players not need to make as much money from the games themselves, but there was that incentive to get on TV more and more so that you can get like those huge sponsorship contracts. And so I don't think it's as much. A lot of people think it's just like this generation of poker is just, introvert computer nerds, which a lot of us are. But there are a ton of really interesting people. And yeah, I do think that we tend to be less expressive about like, getting really mad when we lose. But we all learned that from Phil Ivey, who everybody loves to watch. I had 1K to my name, all your skills and assets. How would you go about building up? I think you could do it all again. So this is, no one knows you as well. I mean, definitely I could do it again. I mean, it depends if I would have to make sure that I didn't bust this 1K. Well, I guess I could maybe get a job on the side and earn some more. So I might actually start with a job and save some money, because 1K bankroll. Well, I guess getting a job, if I have no identity and no education, I don't know exactly all the exact terms. But I think I mean, I know I could do it again. I just need to be careful with bankroll, basically. And then I don't know. I'm curious if I would try to do it in an avenue that's not poker, but I don't think so. Omaha, I want to say how much appreciated that whole, yeah. See how I myself, often I'm afraid to speak my mind. Yeah, I don't like to bring up the drama more, but I appreciate that comment very much. And yeah, I'm not a fan of confrontation, but it was just, it felt too much like the right thing to do. Through Tran, can you talk more about Beyond the Game course? How's it different than A Game course at Run It Once? I've been stuck at mid-stake and want to move up. It is somewhat similar in that it focuses on the intangibles that largely, not fully, but largely on the intangibles that make you a better player. But it's an entirely different thing. Beyond the Game is weekly calls with me in a group setting where there are a lot of like other things organized. So it's a lot more interactive. It's a lot more customized to you. It also takes more of your time. It's spread out over more time. It's more expensive. I'm not like saying it's better or saying it's worse. But it's just very different in the way that it's executed. And as far as what we cover, there's some overlap, but mostly it's new stuff. And more based on my personal experience as a poker player, and things that I've learned outside of poker that apply, well, I think to any career or most careers, but certainly to poker, and kind of, I don't know. It is hard to describe. I really struggle to describe it, actually, and that's one of the things that's made it the most difficult to market. Is because when people ask me questions like this, I'm like, You kind of just have to see it. You kind of just have to do it. And that's why I shared like a bunch of testimonials, although that's on the old page now. There are only a few on the new one, but like, just like asked everybody for feedback. And so, I just posted what everybody said, because I think the results and the way that people felt about it, can explain a lot more than I can, what we actually do. Episode 3 was great. Or was I aware of the LFGPG explosions in the chat after big hands, or focus on the cards? I wasn't looking at them during, but I, would watch back some highlights. So I did. I was aware. LFGPG, good times. Okay, we got some more questions, but it is 30 past the hour. I'm going to start. I'm going to start playing a tournament. Dun, 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 dun. This is $3,200 No Limit Hold'em WSOP bracelet event. I'm just showing you the title so you can see that. Try one thing. I'm just looking, are there any other tournaments that are, so there's a $320 that starts in a little while, 150K guaranteed, super. I'm probably not going to play it. Okay. Okay. Super Raging must have been the best at some point for triple draw. Yeah, I think he, if not the best, was one of the couple best for a while. Right. Have I ever played Omaha for rolls? He plays nosebleeds heads up and ring, mostly on coin poker. No, I'd love to play a challenge against him. We played back in the day, but it's been a really long time. He seems like a really fun, like exciting player, and kind of stressful player to play against, but that's fun. Can I share my experiences with online poker before Full Tilt and Poker Stars? So before those, I played on Party Poker exclusively for like, I don't know, 4 years or something. No, 3 years. Starting with sit and goes, and then I played cash games. So I started with sit and goes until I got up to like $200 and $1,000 sit and goes. And then I started playing 5-10 cash on Party Poker. A little bit of 10-20, but mostly 5-10. And then when I was 21 and at like a half, I started dabbling in the full tilt, like 25-50 games, and UB as well. I began shot taking there, and even some 5100 shot taking, even though like 5-10 was my main game. And then eventually kind of worked. And Party Poker only went up to 10-20. So at the time. So to play bigger than 10-20, I had to go to full tilt, and I actually didn't go to Poker Stars for a long time. I don't remember exactly when, but it was Party Poker to full tilt for a while. And then to some full tilt, some stars, but still mostly full tilt. And then when full tilt shut down, it was only stars. Michael, I'm glad you are enjoying the docu-series. Frankie, there's one more coming out. So there are 4 parts in the Galfond series. But we are done after 4. So there's only 1 left. It'll come out next Friday. Is the play money side of Poker Stars fair? Yeah, it is. But he's always the most plus EV. Phil, would you guess you were cheated out of over or under $1 million playing poker online? Depends how you met. I would guess under, but well, what's cheating? You know, um, it sounds like a weird question, but like there were like I don't know. I would say under, but actually like or I guess like so. Let's say that I'm playing in a six-handed game, and one player has two accounts, and so they are sharing whole card info. There's a little bit of like collusion going on. Obviously, that's cheating. Um, but let's say that I win in the games, but that guy wins too. So like he has cheated me out of some EV, but I still won. Is that there are a lot of weird ways to measure it that I'm not sure about. Good, cool question though, and I'm kind of curious. Oh, I did I did we did a 3 hour study stream, and I like had energy for it, but now I'm tired. It's gonna be a long night maybe. Craig Ferguson says, "What do you think Ivy's ROI is in the main?" I guess we'll go to one table view, by the way. I don't know. I really like. I don't really know what main ROIs are, but 350%. I don't really know though. I'm totally guessing. I just saw a question that I liked, and then I kind of jumped. There it is. Supero. Hi, Phil. Do you feel like some recs think that all regs play like perfect solver strategy when really nobody plays perfect solver strat? Yeah, I think some do. I think even some regs do. And actually, that's what I thought you said at first. But I think there are, I don't know, people when they, especially like a small stakes regular who thinks about playing heads up against Linus Love, just thinks that like Linus is hitting every single line like nearly exact. And it's just not the case. First of all, because he's playing some exploitatively intentionally, but also because nobody has memorized it all. Craig Ferguson, what do you think your win rate would be against Linus 50K hands No Limit Hold'em? If I started right now with no time to study, I would probably lose eight big blinds per 100. I'm not entirely sure. Zero. What percent of taxes do you think makes WSOP unplayable for a reg? Considering 3 to 5K average buy-in, something like that, and a decent ROI, we get close to 30% as Brazilians. So, are you not able to deduct your losing tournaments from your winning results? If you're not, then I probably wouldn't play. But if you are and you're just taxed on the net, then it's certainly beatable. You have to play more than a couple. Um, but if you're playing like 20 tournaments at 30% tax rate of the net result, and you have a pretty decent ROI, I think you'll be fine. All right, so we check flop, small bet call. I'm a little tempted to raise here. I think I'm just going to call. Esbjorn says, if you could play D-Nags for 25K hands, heads up PLO, how many big lines per 100 handicap would you be willing to give at 200, 400? So I would, how much would I would expect to win? Like, I don't know, 13 big lines per 100. And that's not no disrespect to him. Their win rates are really high in PLO, heads up. But I wouldn't give him, 11 big blinds per 100, even though I kind of expect to come out on top, because if I'm wrong, it can be really expensive. And also, just like, even if I'm right, it's a very low win rate for the hourly that I put in, and like the level of precision I would need to be right at, And there are also probably some ways that you can play to reduce win rate by reducing like pot size, such that he would do like could outperform, like lose less than 11 BB per 100 if his goal was to lose less than that. I think. I'm not positive about that. Well, I'm kind of glad I didn't raise. I mean, I would have won, but we're up against ace 3 of hearts, so we were in bad shape on the flop. So that's why I like to give odds. So in my challenges, so I've given 5-1 odds in some of them, and 2-1 odds. I've been on 4-1. I don't know, but I prefer to do that because if I'm right about my win rate, the hourly is higher or good. How deep are we? Yeah, let's have some fun. Kieran just saw episode 3. Awesome. Loved it. Got goosebumps literally. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that is a water dispenser. Okay. Kind of interesting. So we are going to see some Jack Jack and 8-8 here. A little bit of 10-9 suited, not a ton. I don't know who this, sorry. You just got some action over here. We get raised. I'm not going to fold ace queen yet, but I mean, I'm behind value and like drawing very slim against value. So this is not good. All right, I guess he wins. He could have a hand like ace of hearts 10, ace of hearts king, maybe. King of hearts 10, but I don't think so. Not king of hearts 10, he should fold pre. But he gets to win. I didn't mean that. I wanted to add another table. Sorry. We got a 51 table that may or may not be running. Trying to sit, it's not working. Grr. All right, so we've got a... Do we bluff nines? I don't think it's very good blockers. I mean, so the game filled because of him. I've never played with him. I don't know anything about him, but keep that in mind. And so I'm actually going to move the high roller out of the way and pull it back in if I have hands, because that's the table I'm going to play the tightest on. Defend the big blind, easy call here. Easy check fold over here. Nice turn for me with the 3. When he bets that size, I don't think I'm supposed to raise. Certainly could. Okay, call. Not unreasonable from him at all. It would be too thin to raise there, I think, even though I usually win. Mark, you feel I applied for your mastermind retreat last year, didn't get in. I would love to try again. We'd be doing another one. How'd the last one go? The last one went amazingly well. Sorry to rub that in. Thank you for applying, by the way. I don't know if I will do another one or not. I started, I really enjoyed it. It was not like, it was a lot of work, and it was not, like it's, I would do it again for fun, but not for business. It's not good business. But I would consider it. I'm focusing a lot more on the group coaching program I'm doing Beyond the Game, which if you liked the idea of the retreat, it's different, but I think you might like. That is, if you're serious about poker in any way, like if you play mid to high stakes poker more than, 4 times a month or something. Call the 3-bet. It's not a very good flop for us. By the way, this guy hasn't done anything that seems bad to me, even though the game's filled around him. I could bet queens as like a protection-y bet, but that it's like exploitable. It wouldn't be the right thing to do. Meanwhile, ace is here. And now I think at 125 bigs, I think we just 4-bet. Calling is not bad, though. Do I want to just call? What did we lose to with queens? He had a straight. Okay. Oh, well. At shorter stacks, I would just call aces a decent amount of time, but Borov says, who are the best UK online cash players? Actually, I don't know the answer to that. Just jumped. I actually didn't see the the politics stuff, but yeah, let's not talk politics here. It's as Andy said, it's not a way to promote kinship and community. Let's be, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Let's not talk politics in poker chat. I'm not a political analyst, so you don't need to hear what I have to say. And I'm sure any opinion that anybody here has is one that people have heard before from somewhere else. So we don't need to. We don't need to be enlightened. King, Jack. I go with check. Check again, I guess. Moonlight asks if we had the option to rebuy. Yes, we do. I think a couple times, actually. Interesting river spot here. Ace, queen, high. I bet. Here we get squeezed with queens, which is pretty ugly. But I am an appeal. And try to flop a queen. That is not the flop that I wanted. How many times do we get to rebuy? 2 re-entries allowed for the next 4 hours. We started early. Queen, queen, 8, 7. I think I'm going to check again. I mean, I know I'm going to check again. Very surprised to see a bet here. I think I just have to fold, actually, with a player behind me as well. None of my outs are to the nuts, and a lot of them are awkward, and ranges are tight. But yeah, I'm not sure about that one. As Bjorn asked if I think Jungle would win a heads-up PLO challenge against Veni Vidi or Action Freak. They're all very, I would say, relatively close in skill. I would say no. I would say no. I think he would be a slight underdog. Book the Win asked about the ace queen hand. On queen jack 8, would I fold king king on that turn as well? Without a flush draw, yeah. It's basically the same hand. That's actually worse because of the blocker qualities. The queen blocks the rare queen queen set, and then it blocks 2 pair. I have to fold this queen queen hand. And kings actually block some bluffs. Okay, we'll defend the big blind with 8s. We'll flop an 8. Would not be a crazy raise, but I think a little too thin. I could donk this turn. I don't have turn donks in most spots. Now it's just a clear call. There's a chance he's value betting worse. I have really good blockers. I'm going to call. But yeah, I wasn't very happy about it. A very nice hand from him. I'm going to raise this one up. I don't know if that's standard or not. Checks. Going to check back. It would be okay to bet this. Could bluff him off of a 9. I think he's going to check too often on the king. Tournament's on break, by the way. Well, I could have just been not getting hands, but that's why there are no hands as of late. Gonna 4-bet aces. Oh. I actually wanted the fold here. This is not a hand we want to take three-way. I think we just rip it in. There's not like nothing really great can happen by us checking. There's a small chance we fold out like a 10-9 type hand by jamming, especially from the player in the middle who's going to be in trouble. And like the SPR is too low for somebody to like stab like third pot as a bluff, I feel like, if I check. Cool. Given that he folded slowly, I think, he might have had enough equity to call aces. Fold, fold, fold. Well, fold, fold, raise. Is that true? So I know I said about the politics. People are saying Trump got shot at. If that's true, I understand why you'd be talking about it. I've been streaming all day, so I did not hear that. Regardless of your politics, I think we probably agree that assassination is not cool. I mean, given that you said shot at, it sounds like he's okay. Christopher says, how do you get back to a normal sleeping schedule after this? Great question. It's going to be hard, and that's why I don't like to play tournaments usually. And that's why when I did this, I did a few days in a row because I was just like, if I'm going to do it and screw up my schedule, I might as well like stick with the screwed up schedule for a few days and then get back. Yeah, as Moonlight said, this is the last stream. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to get back to my everyday life and schedule. I'm getting a seat on a 51 table, which I assume means it might be breaking. Let's see. I guess I bet this. Did I play on Paradise? No, I never played on Paradise. Oh, you were talking to Ima, and Ima says, yes, he did. I mean, it wasn't before my time, but Paradise was it came out before I started playing, and then, I don't know, I started on Party, and there was no reason to go anywhere else. I'm gonna just call this. If the suits were Ace high and king high, I would 3-bet, and I really don't know what's correct. No, it's off screen. It's not going to be an interesting hand, so don't worry about it. Defended the big blind, and I wasn't sure about that against under the gun, and now I'm going to check fold. So we are playing 2 tables of 51 right now, which is bigger than my WSOP bankroll should be able to play. So we might bust our account, but hopefully not. Hopefully we just run it up and have a lot of fun. This guy up only seems to have been going up only with 80K on a 51 table. It's 10K max buy-in. I think this is a fold. Kings will defend. Interesting turn spot. I'm going to bet. And interesting. Check the river. Ryan, thank you. Good evening. My master's Phil already yawning, and we still have 4 hours of potential rebuys. I know. Yeah, it's going to be one of those. Make me yawn more. Ryan, good evening. Did I already say that? Thank you for the good luck wishes. Good luck to you too. Kieran asks, is running it twice in PLO make more sense because the variance is very high? I mean, I think running it twice in all games makes sense to reduce variance. Unless you want to, I mean, essentially, if you have better emotional control in your opponents and the variance tilts them more than it tilts you, I'm going to keep betting here. We'll try to win the pot. Very good calling hand, but I kind of didn't think he would call with that. But I mean, I made a third pot, so it doesn't have to work that often. Nines, let's start by betting. Seems like this game is perhaps not going to last. I'm going to check that. Well, no, this is too strong of a 2-pair. With the open ender to go with it. Now I'll check back. It's too thin to bet. Like, I don't like the idea of betting turn. So we'll go to the 4 table view for a little bit as I 3-bet ace king, get under the gun plus under the gun 1, under the gun and under the gun 1. There's a cold call and a 4-bet. And small bet here is very interesting. I guess I call because I block, like ace 4 and ace 5 is kind of what he's repping. Interesting. I think that's too thin. I mean, this is brutal. I could raise fold. I think it's just a fold. I mean, it's so strong, that action. Hopefully we get to see a showdown because I'm very curious. I'm not going to fold. It's an interesting raising candidate. I fold. Yeah. Big pot down here. I mean, Nuclear Man wants to go with it. Here we go. Well, I don't, not that he necessarily wants to go with it, but. Huh. Ace, King, and Jack 9. I was not expecting any of that. Okay, hang on. What happened? Okay, so on the flop. So he called the 3-bet with Jack 9 offsuit, and on the flop he donked, and the turn he bet big, and Ace King shoved. I mean, it's nuts. And that's not the exact way to describe that, but that's just what we're going to do. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't make you time out if you don't have a, if you haven't VPIP'd. Okay, we're good. I kind of want to play a pot with them with 5-10 offsuit. Let's do it. This is probably a little too, I mean, a bit too loose, but Wemby Goat says, Phil, I'm trying to get better at poker. I'm very price conscious. Rio is significantly more expensive than poker coaching upswing. Is it worth the difference? Thanks. Is it true that it's significantly more expensive? I don't think it is. It depends what you get, but also depending on your level of poker, you can buy, you know, a $50 course or a $100 course on Run It Once, which is cheaper than what you're going to get elsewhere. I mean, I think Rio's clearly better, but I'm extremely biased. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But ask around, ask others who have memberships to both. I mean, Run It Once, if I want to make an argument for it, has far, far, far more elite players, and far more videos, as we put out 2 every day, and have for 12 years. So they're very different in terms of output, but it comes down to, I mean, I would also argue that, you know, if you're playing poker somewhat often, this is a loose call, but I just want to get in there. If you're playing poker somewhat often, it's going to pay for itself kind of fast. But if you're, all that said, you know, you're the one that knows your situation and your budget and what it would do to your bankroll and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to tell you what to do. You should make a decision based on those things. I guess we can fold this. I mean, we probably are supposed to call. Yeah, let's go. Okay. King with the 9 is, I think, standard flop check, or at least one of the best king combos to check the flop with. And if you watch my study stream, we'll have talked about that a little bit. Pat Garvey says, Phil, I've been enjoying the documentary so far. I feel like it skipped a lot of important achievements in your career. Why did you leave so much out? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it skipped over a lot. It was basically the point. I wanted to talk about stuff like my recent life. And so the first episode kind of caught us up to recent life. But yeah, it glossed over winning bracelets. It glossed over the actual like details of like the specific details of the online rise. Just because to catch up to like the late 20 teens very fast. That was the thought. That was the thought process, at least. Because it wasn't, I don't know, the goal wasn't so much to be like, look at all the great stuff that I've done. The goal was like, here are some things, like here's an inside look at my life, and some of the like the pivotal moments in my recent life, and kind of behind the scenes look at them. Call here. Interesting flop. I think I'm going to bet flop jam turn. I don't know if I love that sizing, but we need some bluffs here. It's really hard to find the bluffs on a rainbow board. And, you know, he's got all the, like, yes, sometimes he's just going to have ace, queen. Didn't want that to happen. Well, he shouldn't have ace 10. So I think I need to call. Just has ace, king, king 10. That's nuts. Well, it's literally a nuts. And it's a crazy raise, but he owned me, so nice hand. This is a fold. It's supposed to be a fold pre. Yikes. This is what I get for making a loose call pre. I can't really fold flop, but I think I'm in pretty rough shape. This seems like it's a big, big draw, or like, yeah, I'm just in bad shape. I mean, maybe I could just fold flop. It seems insane, but. So he definitely can have the like king, jack 10, 8 type stuff. I don't think he's gonna have a lot of boats. I'll have some, but I think not a lot. A big question is if he's going to jam aces here. I guess he probably will, which makes this a fold. This is why you fold hands like this pre-flop. This is like a good example of me being unfocused and like not taking it seriously enough. Ace, jack, 10, 8 with nut diamonds. I don't know. I think that yes, he can be bluffing, but I don't think it's the requisite, what do I need to win? 25% of the time? I don't think it's 25% of the time. And also shows 7. We can move that table over, move this one up, and go to the 2-table view, and then I will bring up the No Limit Hold'em tournament if something happens. It seems we're still arguing about whether or not we should be talking about politics. I mean, my stance is, with a huge event like this happening, I very much get why it's on everybody's mind. And it should be talked about a lot in general, but I don't know. I think probably I should go somewhere else to talk about it, because this is like either to somebody who's streaming who wants to, like, who's going to share their opinion, and I don't even know what opinion there shouldn't be very many opinions about assassination attempts, but yeah, I just don't know how much there is to say that we're going to be talking about here, and obviously talk with your friends and family and in settings where you know what I mean. I think. Okay, it looks like Sean wants to play down here. I'll move it up so I can pay more attention to it. And also means I won't be talking about politics very much right now. I'm going to focus on this heads up match as it increases the pace of play and focus required significantly. Open this, which is, whatever. I think pretty clear bluff. You got to keep in mind there, it's really hard to have like a hand that doesn't have any showdown value. When you raise a limp out of the big blinds, I don't know. I guess that's most of all I did, but. Kind of an interesting turn spot. I'm going to go ahead and pot for value. And you get a little bit of protection thrown in. Or playing and not streaming and didn't have this tournament. I guess we'd be two tabling heads up PLO, but I think this is good for now. Okay, iffy call in theory, but I just call them all out of the big blind pretty much, or sorry, out of the small blind pretty much. Heads up, fold, and fold. Nice flop. We'll just call with this hand. I'm going to raise turn. Too bad. I think call is more standard there, but I don't know. I'm going to 3-bet. Loser's been opening kind of loose, and this guy, Sean cold called, which I think he'll do also kind of loose in that spot. And now it's weird. Actually, I kind of wish I didn't check this. King high hearts would have bet already, almost always. So we're up against, like, we're hoping for jack high hearts or queen high hearts a lot. I think some of those find hero checks. I probably don't bluff enough in this particular spot because a lot of the hands that could bluff with ace of hearts might have bet earlier. Down here, we got called by six deuce with spades. And up here, we got called by queen high, 5-4. Yeah, queen high hearts, not queen high. I mean, I think he played it well. We have flop to set? No. All right, we're all in for pot. This is not a great flop for us at all, but nothing we can do. Put this in up here. Down here, we get it in with 50-50. There we go. Up here, we were ahead, but no longer. We'll take the bigger pot and lose the smaller pot. That's fair. Lost the heads up. Sean is interesting in that, I mean, he's interesting in a lot of ways. He's a great player too. But I don't know how he decides when to play me and when not to. Because he's obviously willing to. But, like, sometimes he'll play, sometimes he won't. I don't know if he's doing like a feel thing or seeing if I, like, he can get a hot start. I lose a bind or two and tilt. Yeah, the red table is the tournament. Speaking of which, let's make a big 3-bet out of the big blind. And keep check calling up here. Uh-oh. There's a... It looks like this is frozen, but I am not. What is going on? Bizarre. I've never seen that happen. Let's switch monitors and then switch back. Okay, that did it. The tech tilt continues. I don't know why this, I'm getting so wrecked by technical issues. Oh yeah, Twisted Spine asks what the discount code was for PLO Vision. Yeah, it's today and tomorrow. You can still get it. It's Study Stream. Even though you guys are not watching the Study Stream right now, the code is Study Stream at checkout. And for Vision, this is at runonce.com. You If you sign up for, I would have had quads. Nah, let's not show them. If you sign up for 3 months, you'll get 3 months free. If you sign up for 1 month, you'll get 1 month free. So it's buy one, get one for both the monthly plan and the quarterly plan. Let me know if when we have 3 tables like this, if you want to do the 2 table view or the 4 table view. I'll stand up for a little. My body hurts from 4 days of streaming. It really is like, I don't know how people who stream like 4 or 5 days a week, every week. I don't understand it. It's exhausting. I guess, well, no, especially tournaments, well, I guess they're used to the schedule. I'm not used to the schedule, so I'm like not sleeping well. Easy check call. It will be an easy check call once again. Not going to lead any rivers. I'm curious to see this one. Maybe it's like an ace king 10 type hand. Although he limped, so maybe not. Queen 10 8 3. Okay, so this was the guy who 4-bet ace king and like ripped a ton of money in post flop. I feel like loser. I mean, I haven't seen him 3-bet super light yet because I just haven't seen showdowns, but he 3-bet me last open, and this is like a pretty reasonable 4-bet anyway, so I'm going to go for it. That is a terrible flop. I'm going to call with queens and then be, well, that's not our board. Now we just jam and hope for the best. We do have a gut shot, but we are going to lose. And I'm going to fold queens. Yeah, even against that hand, we had 40% equity or so. Queens again. Against under the gun. I don't know. 6x is maybe too big against, maybe I go 5x is his raise. We're beat down here. And I do think if he has aces, he probably, well, he might trap with either. Really. I was thinking I might get to find out. So a lot of people would jam here, but you don't need to deny that much equity. Like he's often going to have 2 outs. So this, like, I'm going to bet. I'm targeting jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s. I might bust, but you know, it is what it is. We'll see bet ace 9. Yeah, I am running bad on tech issues. It's crazy. Real estate asked if I would play him heads up for 250K. Probably. Need a little more info. Tempted to have caffeine. I don't use caffeine anymore, but easier to follow out. Okay, 2 table, 4 table, 2 table, 4 table, 4 table. So I appreciate the votes. I was a little worried, kind of expected that it would be split, but it was worth a try because I might learn something new. Thank you for the good luck wishes, Poker MJ. Check out Moonlight Master in the chat. Giving the code study stream. Guess these are both calls and unhappy calls at that. Well, one of them got a little happier, a little sadder. Just gonna play my hands like as they are. Thank you for pinning that, Moonlight. That is vision. If you didn't watch the study stream, I mean, if you watch the study stream, you'll have a much better idea of what that is. Oh, we're actually up against another queen. But it's the best way to study PLO, in my humble opinion. Which a lot of people say about products that they technically sell. But the reason you should believe me this time is because Vision was not a product that we sold at Run It Once. It was separate, and I loved it so much as a user that we decided to, reach out and partner with Matthias, who made it, who was in chat earlier. I don't know if he's still here. So it's not that I made the product so I love it. It's that I love it, so it became our product. Forgot about that pot that I lost. LML Poker, thank you for answering Tim Grant's question. I really appreciate when you all help each other. We got a cutoff limp. We're in a raise with ace-deuce jack-jack. And we'll see bet. This is a full range c-bet for me. Now it's a little bit interesting. I think I go pot-pot. Bluffing. Trying to make him fold hearts, which he probably has because I have no hearts and I have 2 jacks. You might have a king. Thought about small betting. Might have worked better. Might have had 8-8. Probably had a flush, like I thought earlier. Yeah. Small bet probably would have worked. He had the 10s as well. But if he didn't have the 10s, he might have bluffed that river. And I have to decide if I want to bluff catch. I probably have the best hand here. Let's be a little wild. Three bet aces, which I'd recommend. I'd recommend getting them and three betting them. Big fan of aces actually in both games. And on this flop with this SPR, I'm actually just gonna I'm gonna just pot. I think it plays better. I don't want to see like an offsuit king jack 10 8 turn. It's just easier to end it now, kind of. And like there's a lot of hands with good equity that I have good equity against that are gonna, have to get it in. A 3-bet kings here. There's the 8 turn I didn't want. Obviously, there's nothing we can do but go with it. Is there anything we can do? No, he could just have a lot of other stuff. But he does have the jack 10, king jack 10. So standard, but unfortunate. So it's one of those hands that has to put the money in, but we're in great shape against flop. Let's try a limp with a short stack in the big blind. Right table, we 3-bet ace, king, king. Bet flop. Against this queen 10-10, by the way, I assume my river bluff was going to work, so no regrets. And then here, this is a tricky decision. Alex T says, I love all your heads up PLO challenges. Any chance of a no limit one? I think it would be cool to show off your skills in another format. Yeah, I spoke about that during the study stream, at least. Ace King, I think, is going to win, but I can't value bet. Need to get called by a weaker one pair. No, 10-5, yeah. I tried. I like the idea of no limit challenge, but I need the right challenger. So if you're part of my study stream, this is like a quality of made hand that I think makes a lot of sense to check back. Not a lot of good like 3 street runouts for us to 3 barrel for value. And easy call. I'm not sure what to make of this bet from him. Queen's actually not the ideal blocker, especially when he goes small and then big. He's wrapping more jack 7, 7, 6, I think. I don't know if he goes 7, 6. Jack 7 is what he's representing most. I don't block that. But this is how he would play a lot of bluffs, probably. His name is Nice Call, Sir. No. All right, we 3-bet on the left table. Got a pretty nice flop for our hand, a pretty bad flop for our range, and let's see if this man or woman wants to do something about it. He was the one who fast played a value hand, so I'm a little nervous about that. But I don't know. It's just a very standard call, so it's hard for me to want to do something else. We're still in the very early parts of the tournament, Borg. It's kind of weird to pot here. A lot of my range would small bet, but I just think that he is going to have like a draw there a lot. And if he does have like a set somehow, I don't know. 3-bet ace, king, 7-5, double. Against an early position open, I wouldn't 3-bet this, I think. Here against loser, I'm going to put in the bet. Interesting flop. I'm going to go check call. A lot of outs, but I don't really want to narrow his range to a range that contains, bigger flush draws. He checks back and then 3x, more than 3x raises. The problem is, he's repping exactly king queen. I don't think he should do this with weaker than king queen against a pot size bet from me. Just has to have it. I don't know. I just think he has it. Ugh. I just think he has it. I'm sure that chat is not going to like that, but I think it was good. Call here, not super happily. Spending, did I figure out funding my WSOP account? No, I did not. So these 5100 games might bust us. Huh. That makes sense. I think it's a better hand to check, but I get it. On the turn, I mean. To go bet, check, bet. Yeah, I'm still in the tourney. How am I 26 out of 97? Have I won pots here? I don't even remember winning pots. I thought I was down. I won that big pot with queens, I guess. That took it down on the turn. Yeah, that was a pretty big pot. Michael says, I love to limp 3-bet pocket aces. I would advise you not to do that too much. Now, there are a million different scenarios where that you might mean. And my advice would vary, but almost always I would say don't do it. And in most spots, just don't have a limping range. Bluffed here with, a 9 of spades, and I got shot. And on the 4, I'm going to bet again. Try to fold out spade draws, try to fold out 8, 7, 6, 5, and stuff like that. I think we're about to get a tournament break. I'm actually going to go weird 70% pot check river. Which is not really a thing, but I just want to do it. Here with 6-5. Start with a bet. I think you're supposed to check a lot here, but start with a bet. Not my turn. We'll call up here, of course. Good flop. 6-5. Maybe I just keep betting, actually. No. I think I like checking. Against 650. It's very tempting to raise. I think we'll just call, though. We'll fold 6-5. Would we have hit? Kind of. Alex T says, what do you mean the right challenger for No Limit Hold'em tournament? I mean somebody who, like, I haven't played No Limit Hold'em seriously in 15 years, so somebody who is not a top 5 player in the world. But I think we just keep slow playing here. It's too bad. Did he have Jack 10? Could have considered leading, but it's a weird spot to lead. No, okay, he was bluffing, so that worked out fine. All right, I will be right back. Back in 35 seconds. Yeah, so someone I can beat. I don't think Phil's a bum hunter. Surely you play someone who's at least pretty good. Yeah, I would play somebody very good. Um, I just like to have a chance. I don't want to play Linus Love or Barry Sweet at Heads Up No Limit Hold'em. And like when I asked, nobody really wanted to play. I think people don't understand that I like don't play Hold'em. Um, so yeah, I'd love to play like the 18th best player in the world. Heads Up No Limit Hold'em. Even though right now I would definitely not be like today. I would not be top 100 at Heads Up No Limit Hold'em, but I think with some study and as the match goes on, I have a good chance to make up for it. I want to have some hope. I don't mind being an underdog, but I don't want to be like guaranteed to be losing on average throughout the match. There's a difference between being like an underdog in that, you know, probably you don't have an edge, but you might, or you might be able to get one, versus an underdog in that like you're just the worst player throughout and maybe you win because of variance, but there's no way that you're going to play better than your opponent. And that's, you know, if I played 20,000 hands against Linus Love, there's no way that I'm going to have the edge at any point. Like I would need a little more time than that to study and play. Maybe if I played 2 years of matches first and then played him, I would have a chance. Oh yeah, that was sorry. LML. Leaving the replayer over was a dumb idea. I wasn't thinking about it. Apologies for that. You could have watched some cash game action. By the way, I haven't been paying that much attention because of streaming. But these games filled around this player loser, and I have not seen him play a hand badly. Or if I have, I don't remember it. I think it's just a fold. Would I have hit? Almost. Excuse me. Okay, we can go to the two table view now. Yeah, defend, but it's kind of loose. I'm gonna donk this flop. Three spade, like I just block a lot of stuff that can call. I was not expecting to get raised. I'm just gonna fold. Check down king eight, probably lose unless I improve. Am I timing out somewhere? I'm hearing the beeps, but I think I can see all my tables. Justice says, hey, Phil, love his streams. Always tune in and appreciate the calm and cool vibes. We played a bit. I'm Shard. I wanted to show you some love. Good luck tonight. Good playing with you. I do remember. I don't remember if you played well or not. Sorry that I don't. I just remember this. The screen name. As streaming and playing is tough. But yeah, GG, and thank you for showing some love in the stream. Let's we'll just do two table PLO view for now, and if a Hold'em hand comes up, I'll let you know. I'll show you. As you know, with a heads up and a three-handed, it'll get faster and more furious. Clear call. You could raise a hand like this, but it's mostly just a call. Lots of options here. Small bet, big bet, or check. Like a loose three bet on the right table. Yeah, last stream for a while, I believe. Who knows? I mean, sometimes I just randomly stream, but to be perfectly honest with you, I'm exhausted. I don't want to be streaming right now, but I committed to it, so here we are. But actually, if the No Limit tournament doesn't go well, this probably won't be like a long PLO nights, especially with low viewership, which is not like not the end all be all, of course. But part of the value of streaming is being able to stream to more of you. No hearts, easy fold, I think. And then here, unfortunately on the 7, I mean, he called anyway. On the 7, like I'm not repping like sets in 2 pair anymore. When I half bot turn, I can rep like ace queen and 9-9 and stuff. And so I think he'll use pair blockers to call me. You don't have to go for it every time with blockers, especially when they're not going to be blockers to the nuts on a lot of turns and rivers. For example, that run out. Ace 10, 8, 8 makes a lot of sense. Set plus key straight blocker. 10 is the key straight blocker there because you block both Jack 10 and 10 7, whereas Jack just blocks Jack 10. Would be an interesting 4-bet hand. I'm not going to do it. I haven't. I don't think it's standard. I haven't noticed enough about his tendencies that would make me want to do that. He's not going to fold any flush draw. I'm going to go half pot rather than third pot. I use both sizings here. I guess we'll limp behind whoever this is, limping under the gun. I'll just call here, I guess. Could 3-bet, of course. This feels close against half pot. I'm going to go for this small bet just because I didn't feel like he was going to bluff, but it's really hard to get called there too. And I am beat sometimes. I guess he wins. Queen 10, so not a nutter. I like checking this. Not a nutter enough straight draw. Bet 5-3, although check is fine. And now we will pot on the overcard ace. I do pot is my main sizing. Oh, sorry. I talked about a handoff screen that was just a C bet and take it down. I mean, this is not supposed to be a bluff, having 3 diamonds and all these straight cards, like one of the first hands you give up with, even with the 5 in your hand. So. Supero says, hey, Phil, knowing what you know now, would you change any strategy with Rio Poker? Enjoy the UX. Thought it was ace. Thank you. Not, well, yes, but none of the things that people would think. A lot of what went wrong was more operational than user-facing product strategy. It's basically all operational. Did I play on UB and AP software? If so, how did you like the software? Yes, I did. I liked UB software. I did not like AP software. I know at some point they kind of like merged them, and actually then it got worse because they changed the UB to the AP software, right? But the original UB was better, I thought. Got a call here, but it's a pretty bad hand. It's gotten better now with the 10 high flush. And let's go for small. You can pot, it's a little bit thin. And small is always going to get called by the 7, which is nice. We're just gonna have a lot of Jack, Jack, 9-5. Do we call it gut shot against this sizing? I think so. With the Jack 10 8 6 wrap around the 7 as well. It's going small. We get to call again. Here against half pot, we call with King Jack of Spades. I feel like I'm being trapped here for some reason. I'm going to be a nit. Nope. Very wrong. And here I'm going to bluff. I think this is going to work like 80% of the time. So I was excited about this bluff. Old call here from loser. Yikes. I actually don't know how to play this spot. I'm going to check. Check range on this turn almost. Twisted Spine says you should stop if you want to, brother. Get some rest. Yeah. I mean, I'm in a tournament though, so I'm not going to just blind my stack off. But if we lose that stack, maybe. Thank you. Am I watching any of the poker feature tables? No, and that's actually another reason that I don't know if this is an open. This is iffy. Loose peel over here. Very interesting flop. I think I'm going to start like bluffing. It's a weird spot now. I'm kind of repping like 10x plus nut diamonds or like combo draw on the flop, which is why I was going to, rep diamonds. I thought it was a nice way to set up to rep like on a 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 or diamond. But I don't think I rep it well on the 6. Really tough to get called here with Queen 7 blocked and no spades. Yeah, good. By good, I meant good check me. Rito asks, hi Phil, good job streaming. Thank you. How much of a disadvantage is it to stream while playing? I don't mean because of concentration level, but because your opponents see your whole cards after the fact. It depends. When I'm playing in like tough games, well, tough 6-max games, not so much. Because like they already know how I'm roughly going to play. When I'm playing heads up and I'm going to make strong adjustments to an individual opponent, I thought that was a good bluff combo. Then yeah, it makes more of an impact. Here with Jack 8 and the Queen, it's one of the best combos of Jack 8 to check back with no hearts as well. So yeah, it depends. And against like a weak player, who I'm going to make big adjustments to, then it's more problematic. I mean, this is supposed to be a call. It just doesn't feel like a bluff to me. I don't know him well enough. I block a queen. He seems like a good player, so I'm going to peel. Or call. But yeah, he just has a full house. Did I ever play on intertops? I don't think I did. I know of it. Carbon poker. My friend played on carbon poker a lot. I think I tried it. When I did, they didn't have. I was playing bigger games at the time that I tried it, and they didn't have big games, so big enough games. Same, bow out of lock poker, yeah, kind of same thing. Old UB had like turbo mode, yeah. It was fast raise. We're c-betting queen jack here, but we're going to be playing a lot of pots, so I guess we'll go 4-table view for a moment. Call the 3-bet. We're going to call the check raise. We're going to call the big blind here. What do I make of this small check raise? I have no idea, actually. Maybe strong diamonds, maybe, and here we call ace king, of course, and we'll check call kings if given the opportunity. I'm not folding yet with queen jack, but this is, I really don't understand what he's repping. But if he checks, I'm going all in. Damn. What do you rep? I mean, obviously I'm not going to call with queen high. But I guess they're taking too long to jam. I don't know. I couldn't really make heads or tails of that line, so I was very curious. We got an all-in pre. We got a winner. Guess we'll go back to the 2-table view. Thank you for bearing with me as my energy is quite low. This will either stay heads up, which is cool, or he'll leave, and then we'll go back to the 2-table with the tournament. Make a weird turn check call. I think he can bluff a lot, and like bet most of the hands that would call anyway. This is kind of a lazy play to bet tens here small, but he's kind of like handcuffed a little bit. He's not going to check raise kings, so Just kind of set my price to see the river and protect my hand, but it's certainly lazy. We were up against a 7 there, which makes sense as to why we didn't get more money into the pot. I guess we're going to lose. Maybe he has 8s. Okay, we'll fold. I'll show them the ace king. Sick fold. I'm still in the MTT. I know that question was from 5 minutes ago, and the MTT was off screen, but you can always see the MTT as it's red. And yeah, it was previously off screen. Kevin says, Phil, what is your ethnic heritage? I am, so I did one of the DNA things, and it said I was 98% Eastern European Jew, and then 2% like a few other things. And then like 3 years later, I got an email from them saying, hey, we have an update to our, we've gotten more data and now we have an update. And I looked at it and I was 100% Eastern European Jew. Call the 3-bet with 10-8-6. Not going to fold the flop, but not thrilled. A little bit interesting to see this bet. Like, I think it's a big sizing. I'm going to raise because I kind of don't believe him. And taking down against a bluff is good because, like, if he has a bluff with like ace king queen 7 with the ace of clubs or something, then he's going to bluff me on clubs and so on and so forth. And I guess he really had it. Probably just a 5. Well, he had nut clubs. Okay. Probably with something else. I'll 3-bet 9s and 7s. I'm going to check this back and bluff river. Studio 94, why are you playing so loose? And what's your thoughts on defending 3-bet? You're literally defending every 3-bet. By that, almost every. In PLO, you can call a lot of 3-bets, certainly not all. But the folds are like close in EV. So when I play heads up, this. Let me decide if I want to bluff this or not. I'm at the bottom of my range-ish. Okay, now it's just a fold against pot. To answer your question, so like when I play heads up, you're supposed to open, let's say you play a raise only strategy from the button, you're supposed to open like 84% of hands. A lot of times I'll just open 97% of hands because I think that the difference in EV in theory is really small, and I think I have an edge post flop. And so if I'm the better player, then I'm going to be able to play more hands profitably. And so similarly, I'll call 3-bets that are not calls in theory because I think I'm going to outplay them post flop. Whether I'm right or wrong, who knows? It depends on the opponent. Do I take it too far a little bit, especially on stream? Yeah, I think so. Just want to get involved in some more hands, have some fun. And I think, and also just like, I don't play 6-max, so I don't study 6-max. So I don't actually know the ranges. If I knew the ranges like cold, then I would probably make some of those folds because I would have certainty about the folds being correct. Let's bet. Lucas says, absolutely loving the streams over the last few days. Thank you. So wondering if you have any tips for splitting time and energy between watching Rio videos and solver work for an essential subscriber. Yeah, great question. I think that energy conservation is hugely important. And so I don't know about this bet. I mean, obviously I can value bet this. I was thinking it's a pretty good check call hand when all the draws miss and he's like representing, I don't know. He usually has something. And so, or he thinks he usually has something. So he's going to bluff a lot of his weaker stuff. But to answer your question, looks like he did have something. So the bet worked out better. He had, oh wow. He had a lot going on that flop and river. I think energy conservation is so important, which is why I don't want to be playing right now because I'm exhausted. And I would not recommend you play when exhausted. I think it's a terrible, terrible idea. I think sleep is one of the most critical things you can do to play good poker. But I would look to maximize your energy when you play. And so if you're doing a bunch of solver studying and then going to play, I think actually you're going to tire out your brain with solver study and then not play as well. So I would not do solver study before I play. I would watch videos before I play. And actually I've done that. That's what I do oftentimes is I'll watch videos before I play, but I won't do solver study. Similarly, I will, I'll do solver study when I'm motivated to, and then when I don't feel like it, and I just want to be passively learning, then I'll watch a video. And yes, it's true that active learning is going to cause you to learn more than passive learning, but you only have so many good hours in your day of using your brain in that way. And so I think it's nice to conserve your brain power and kind of balance your energy between them. Borg, when you show cards, what are your reasons for doing it? Just fun. There's no strategic reason. Phil, how do you find your ME experience this year? Do you get recognized like DNegs does with photos, etc.? I mean, not quite like Negreanu, but yes, I get recognized a lot at the main event, and I do take a lot of photos, and I'm very happy to. It was actually interesting this year because I was, I don't know, I've been making content here on YouTube for a couple years now, and I didn't think that it would make much of a difference in my profile. Like I was already a well-known player. I don't have a massive YouTube channel. I'm, I don't know, the 18th biggest poker YouTube channel or something. I don't know what it is. But the number of people who I don't know, I was more well-known this year and more talked to than ever before. And a lot of it was people saying that they love my videos. And so I think that not my training videos, my YouTube videos. And so I think it had more of an impact than I realized that it would. I mean, I figured, if I had 500,000 subscribers, I knew it would have a big impact. But I thought the 90,000 I have now would not be that big of a deal because I already had status in the poker world. But it did make a big difference. Superosis is like that heritage company ran the ethnicity sim on a deeper level and found it's not a mix, it's a pure call. They did. I like that. Raheem asks, what would you expect your win rate to be in a public 10, 25, 50 PLO game at the Aria? Be over 10 big blinds per hour. To be honest, I have no idea. Let me play this hand first because this is actually close. I know that I have a pair and I have an open ender and I have a flush draw, but I could easily be up against like King X of diamonds. And when I make my flush, there's not like I'm not going to get money in good when I make my flush. So I actually think this is really close against pot. I think I almost never have the best hand. And so I have like 2-to-1 odds. Do I have implied odds on an ace? Probably not. On a 9, maybe. I actually think this is just a fold. Because on diamonds, I kind of have reverse implied odds. So I don't know what I would expect my win rate to be. I would probably play too loose. So at first I might not I'm not even paying attention to who threw stuff at me, so I don't know who to throw stuff back at. But if I tried my best, 10 big blinds per hour seems like a lot at that large of a PLO game, but I don't know how soft the games are. So 10 big blinds per hour would be like 30 big blinds per 100. 33, 35 big blinds per 100. I mean, I think I should have over 20 big blinds per 100. But that would, 20 big blinds would be like 7 per hour or 6 per hour. But I don't know the answer. I like the question. Thank you for the question. I don't have a great answer. So with deeper stacks, I think this is supposed to be a call. If you went a little smaller, I would call. I think it's just a fold. We've had the nuts. If you do see me out at a poker tournament, please don't hesitate to ask me for a picture or say hey. Unless I like look like I'm walking very fast to get somewhere. Lost a big pot. Always more than happy to, unless I need to get somewhere fast. But actually, like the best time is if like I'm at a table kind of on the rail, and you're on the rail, and I'm not in the hand, and you say, "Hey, Phil," and I could just stand up and take a picture. That's perfect. Third pot. I mean, I'm not going to fold 6-7, but I think this could be a fold because his small bets are often going to be hands that like very much dominate this. It'd be an interesting check raise. Yeah, 4-4-5. I was in very bad shape. My master says, I think having presence on YouTube makes quite a difference. People see your face more often. Yeah, it's a good point. Because like I have more followers. I don't know if you compare followers to subscribers, like more on Twitter than here. But yeah, they're not looking at my face on Twitter, and it is a different kind of connection. Like when you watch somebody's videos, you know them better than when you read their posts. I probably win with aces, but I think it's too thin. Ricardo, can you clarify the cyclical errors question? Ricardo asks, Phil, can you talk about how you avoid cyclical errors, things in life and in game that can have a negative effect on game, how to be aware constantly so to not fall into these traps ever so often? I can guess what you mean, but I'm going to be kind of wildly guessing. So if you can clarify what you mean, that would be very helpful, like with an example. Thank you. Thank you for the question and for in advance for the explanation. This hand was dealt heads up. This is a 3-bet. Double suited nines. And this is a c-bet range flop. But my hand is really terrible. Damien asks if poker is still my main source of income. It was my only source of income until 2022. And in 2022, it was my main source of income, but not my only. And then 2023, 2024, I've barely played. So it has not been, but my whole career up until 2 years ago, it was. Or I shouldn't say only. There were a couple years. This is a fold. I think it's a fold. Yeah. That was a river I wanted to see. No, I've never been to Finland. I don't like to travel too much, so I hesitate to say I would like to go. But I think it'd be cool to go there of places. But I also just like to stay home. Billy, if you've been asked on for Poker After Dark cash games, would you go play if asked? Do you think YouTube stuff would help you get asked in i.e. higher profile mainstream poker fans? I would. Well, I don't get asked. I would probably play if asked, at least sometimes. I talked about this a couple streams ago. I was talking about, people were asking about HCL, and I could, like the live stream stuff, and I could get on those. I really don't know what to make of this check raise check, but I'm going to bet with the 6 of hearts blocker. I'm actually a little bit afraid that 5 of hearts blocker. Oh, I wish I could show the 6. What I was going to say is, if he goes check raise, check call, he's going to have 8-8 a lot. And so when I make my boat and he dunks into me, normally that's like a fist pump call. But maybe less so. I'm going to go for a check raise here. Dry top 2. The nice thing is I can make some, like, people usually think that you have like aces with spades here when you check pot. And so you can make some flush draws fold, some weak flush draws that were stabbing, or some straight draws fold. And if you did bet with king 4, 6, 8, he's not going to fold because he thinks I have aces with spades. I'm oversimplifying. Obviously, he's going to know that I can have more hands than only aces with spades. But I think that's the main type of hand he's going to put me on. I'll defend here even though he's going 3x. Now we definitely jam. If we get called, we're not doing amazing in equity. And he could absolutely have a set here. Waiting for a turn, again, thinking that I have aces with spades, or like something with nut spades. I guess I fold to one big blind here. Chop it up. He actually was ahead. On both flop and turn. I mean, by a little bit. How's the bracelet event going? Not well now. When did I lose a big pot? I don't even. I'm like not paying enough attention to the to this event. Let's see, because now I'm 100 of 122. I was like 20 something of something. I'm looking at pots. I don't really see myself losing chips. I just haven't played a hand. I mean, I open raised and folded a couple times. I guess just other stacks have started doing better. Defended big blind. I mean, yeah, last couple hands I played and... Oh, actually, no, this doesn't show all the hands for some reason. Yes, somewhere between the hands that I can see in the replayer, I went from 27K to 15K in chips, which we're looking at big blinds, but that's where I am. What was I doing? What was the spot? Do you guys remember? Kind of interesting. I'm going to call. Aces with the cold call pre? Or was I like really not paying attention and he 3-bet? I think that was a cold call pre. Yeah. Gonna stab here. I'm taking the note that he called with ace jack 7. I haven't seen him make like bad plays, but that's like he might just not be a heads up player because you're never supposed to do that specifically. I believe him. ELEQQ says, thank you for the content. Just started learning poker. I haven't had this much fun learning new stuff since forever. Your videos help out us beginners so much. You're very welcome, and thank you for letting me know. That means a lot to me. I'm glad you're having fun with it. It's a fun game. I'm glad you're learning here. Be responsible. And one thing I've said on a few previous a few previous streams is that I highly recommend checking out some structured content, whether it be a book or a beginner course, because you'll learn so much faster. And not only will you learn from the course, but then or the book, but everything after then. Like when you come and watch these streams or my videos after you've seen a course, they will land so much better. This would have been a reasonable check raise. I think if I had like king of clubs or maybe even 10 of clubs, I would check raise. Eros, thank you for the kind words. Techno Feeling asked if I would pot with a straight flush. I assume it's the, yeah, when I had the straight flush blocker. Maybe in that particular spot. In other spots, I would bet smaller. But in that particular spot, I think I would. Because when he check raise checks, he doesn't have like he's not going to have many close hands. He's either knows he's check calling or knows he's check folding. For the most, like, whatever, 80% of the time plus. 90% of the time plus, probably. Parasensus says, why does Phil only have 2 cards on the right table? That's a great question. Second up flush draw. Not a great turn. Not a great bet. He can win this one. Well, I could have won that if I potted. I was not thinking of potting. I was thinking of small betting. Dustin asks how come I'm not playing any live WSOP. Long story short, and actually episode 4, I'll explain that a little more of Galfond. But long story short, like I've gotten so exhausted just these 4 days of streaming. And I put them together because I only wanted to be off schedule once. I don't like and I did it actually because I played the main event and then was already off schedule. But it's just not worth it to me to be like I normally wake up at 5:30, 6:30 a.m. It's just not worth it to me to be that tired just to play some tournaments that are like just a bracelet hunt, you know? I don't like, I've never considered WSOP or I never considered tournaments part of my job. I'm a cash game player only. And so when I played WSOP events in the past, it was for fun. Raise. Fourth nuts. He says, good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. Oh. Okay. I'll probably play this hand. Oh no. That was just I guess just one of those things you say. You know, you just say good game, but you don't really mean it. Oh, maybe he meant nice hand. Is there not a nice hand? There's not a nice hand. If you haven't noticed, half pot's my only sizing on board pairs like this. Scott says, Phil, is it not safe to leave 20, 30,000 in your WSOP account for game opportunities and not have to depend on PayPal like the other night? Thanks and good luck. Yeah, I mean, I do. I have. Sorry. I mean, I had 45K the other night. There were 100, 200 games, and 45K is 2 buy-ins, 100, 200. So I wanted to get more money in the account. What can I throw at him? I don't really know what that means. Throwing a, oh, you're good, you're rate limited. That's a good feature. That's just a fold. Niyataki says, what game do you recommend for people wanting to get decent at 1 and play low stakes? I would recommend No Limit Hold'em. The thing about No Limit Hold'em compared to PLO, like depending on where you live, 1 is going to be softer. And I don't know, the game availability and quality will change. But I think No Limit Hold'em is going to remain the main game, especially at low stakes. And it's going to remain the main cash game and tournament game, I think, for a long time. And so having the ability to play No Limit Hold'em well means, you're not that far off from being able to play No Limit Hold'em tournaments well. Whereas if you get really good at PLO cash, which is what I did, like now when I go play No Limit Hold'em tournament, I don't know what I'm doing because not only do I not study tournaments, I don't even study No Limit Hold'em. But having No Limit Hold'em knowledge, whether it's MTT or cash games, has more transferability in between the two. Yeah, Moonlight Master says, at least in theory, it should always be NL simply because of availability. And that's a more concise way of saying what I said. Not going to bet the tournament, just a gut shot. I have a lot better draws to keep firing with here. Super says, Phil, aren't you glad even a cash game pro with flexibility instead of being stuck in a tourney? If you don't want to play, you don't play. Yeah, I prefer. Well, yes, I love being a cash game pro. That's why I am a cash game pro. The main place these days to play high stakes, like nosebleed stakes in an open field that is not private, is tournaments. And so, in a way, like I wish I liked tournaments more because that would be where I could still compete at high stakes, like very high stakes, with like regular action available to me, and playing in, being a cash game PLO player. There's just, not as much. And down we go to 1 table. It says, so what you're saying is you're getting old. I don't even remember what that was in reference to, but yes, I am getting old. Let's defend the big blind. This guy's been making some weird pre-flop plays, so I'm just going to attempt to note that, but it's not going to work. It's peel king, queen. I mean, peel queen 10. It's a little bit iffy. Oh, in regards to grinding the main. Yeah. Yes, I'm getting too old to grind the main, I guess. It's not that, though. It's that, like, if I were a tournament player and I earned my income from tournaments, then of course I would play the main. It's one of the best tournaments in the world to play. But I'm not, and it's not. So small bet, medium bet, medium bet. Ace Jack, Ace 10, Jack 9, Jack 10, all miss. Could he be doing something random with like Ace 5? Maybe. Probably needs to be suited though, 5-4 suited. Ace King offsuit, King Jack offsuit, King 10 all play this way. I think it's probably a fold, but I'm getting 3-1. Ace Jack Ace. If he does this with Ace Jack Ace 10, then it's a call. So I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. We haven't seen one of his showdowns yet. Okay, Jack 10. This doesn't really tell me if I made a good call or not, because that's one of the hands that I put in the range where, like, if he showed me Ace 10 offsuit, then I would know that it was a good call. Or not know, but that would be a better clue. Who do you think will be in this year's Poker Hall of Fame? Still in favor of Scheinberg. Actually, don't remember the list. I think that Scheinberg is a great candidate, but I don't remember the list. I remember being surprised at the list a little bit, but I don't even remember what I was surprised at. William Fang says, with 39 remaining, who do you favor in the main? I guess I'll look up the stacks right now. I don't know, or actually it'll be easier on my phone. I don't know what the stacks are, so let me give you an answer. Let's see. Is this updated? A lot of names right now I don't recognize towards the top. So Fox in at 14.5K, Nicholas at 15.8K, and Rast at 12.675. I tweeted earlier that I think Rast is the most likely to win chip per chip in the main. Those three obviously stand out to me. There are probably some great players that I don't even know their names. So apologies if you're one of those great players and I just missed you towards the top of the leaderboard. I'm going to go with Rast. I'm going to go with Brian Rast. The thing is, when you... Oh, Brian Callahan. Hi, Phil. That was me. You just played against Swimming Senior. Very fun experience. Don't think it'd be wise to play with for much longer. I've been following you for a decade. You're the GOAT, but knew that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the bit of action. I hope you had fun. Don't just call with ace-ace, heads up PLO. But otherwise, I mean, you played well. And thank you for being here. The thing about Rast is that, or the thing about the main event is that it's so intense and exhausting, and there is so much fear involved that experience at big tournaments, in huge high stakes cash games, in big final tables is worth so much. And I know that the other two I mentioned have also had experience like that, but I think not as much as Rast in those big spots. And I know Brian. I've played a lot of high stakes poker with Brian, cash games, not tournaments so much. And he's just like he's fearless. Nobody's fearless, but he's about as close as it gets. And he is really, really, really intelligent and creative when it comes to, and like the main is an event where even I would guess his tournament fundamentals are not as good as the other two names I mentioned, Kristen and Nicholas. But I think, they're close enough, and then he's going to deviate in ways that are extremely good, and he's going to perform at a really high level because I mean, I know he's worked with Elliott Rowe on performance. He's been in he's been in so many huge spots, like huge spots, both in massive cash games and huge final tables. He won the first ever Super High Roller Bowl, which was like a 300K buy-in tournament. He has won the Poker Player Championship. I don't know how many bracelets he has, 5, 6. And he's played some of the biggest stakes in the world in cash games regularly for the last since like 2006, 2007, probably, maybe soon. I don't know. So, coming up on 20 years. So he's just got so much experience, and he thinks through spots so well. And I think compared to everybody else, he's going to play for first. I think he's going to care less about laddering than the other names I mentioned, and probably everybody left in the tournament. And so that gives you an edge, and contributes to fearlessness. So I think PLO4 is dying. If you mean the game that I was just playing, it did die. But if you mean in general, no, I don't think so. No, I don't play much 5 card. Max says, good luck, good luck. All right, so here I raise under the gun. I guess I'm just done with the hand. Okay, we'll defend Jack-9 suited. And we'll check call. We'll check call again. Checking Twitter. I don't know why, because I'm only one tabling. We'll check call again. This is like at deep stacks, you could bluff raise this, but we're not deep enough. It's very tempting to lead this as a bluff, but I just don't have donks on this river. I mean, it's a pretty bad hand to call with, so. The journey is what matters. As you mentioned in the past, you don't get invited to private games for obvious reasons. By the way, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining about that. It's come up a lot because people ask me like what I'm playing and why I'm not playing, but people can invite whoever they want. I'm curious if you're able to get any live action at all at high stakes, private or non-private. No. Just jam 20 big blinds in here. I mean, I know that you can, but is it the best play? Lena's literal MTT crusher has been ranked #1 by Pocket Fives longer than anybody else. Yes, of course. I think that he's, like I said, I think he's got, he's better technically than Brian is. Absolutely. And I don't know I don't know how well he performs under pressure. I'm sure he's great under pressure. I don't know a lot of things about his game other than he's an absolute crusher. But I do know a lot about Rast, and I just know that like the main event is like, I mean, he's just built for it. Yes, and Lena is Nicholas, which I knew but did not say when I mentioned Lena this time. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Kristen Foxen too is obviously a killer, and she has played in a lot of big spots. She had a ton of tournament success, live and online, and she is like probably going to play very well in the main event too. I mean, all of them are going to play really well in the main event. And I think that comparing those to like call it an average reg that, you know, has reasonable skills with a similar stack size, their chance to win is like so much higher. But yeah, I just, based on what I know, which is not complete information, I'm giving the edge to Rast. Rashab says, do you think action crazy like jungle would get you invited to good games? Oh, acting crazy. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to try to act like someone I'm not. First of all, because I don't like doing that, but second of all, because it's too late. Yeah, you guys think Lena has the bigger edge. I mean, if it were, I want to be careful. So, like, if it were a, 1K online tournament, absolutely. And I don't mean that to say that Nicholas is only good at those. I think he's obviously a super killer in this particular event too. But I just think that I don't know how well he takes care of himself. I don't know that he doesn't or does. I once got 140th in the main event, so that was day 6, I think, maybe 5 or 6. I think it was 6 back then. But anyway, I was like dead exhausted. I was so exhausted. When I busted out, I was literally relieved. And then I flew back home the same day. I was so tired. I was like, I have to sleep on the plane. It was a 5-hour flight back to New York. And I asked a friend for an Ambien because I'd never taken one, but I just really wanted to sleep on the plane. And then I took an Ambien and I didn't sleep on the plane. I just hallucinated. But like my body, I was so wrecked. And if you haven't done it day in, day out, like specifically in the main or tournaments that are similar schedule, because the schedule is really grueling. You don't get much time to sleep for many nights in a row, especially if you struggle to sleep when like you've been like have adrenaline pumping throughout the day and are thinking about hands and are staying somewhere that's not your bed. Like there are a lot of things that prevent you from sleeping well, and you have to like sleep as fast as you can and as high quality as you can. So exhaustion is a really real thing. I know that Brian knows how to take care of himself and like calm himself down and get good rest, stay healthy. I know that he is just like, I don't know. I've just watched him. I've been at the table with him in 100K buy-in games and 200K buy-in cash games and watched him play in in 500K pots and just kind of be unfazed and just play the hand the best way he knows how, even when that's a very scary, uncomfortable play. And there's nothing more intense. Like once they get down to, I mean, already at this point, but certainly once they get down to 20 people, once they're at the actual final table, the pressure of that is unlike anything. And even like more than these 200K buy-in cash games that I'm talking about. But I don't think people realize how much that can throw you off of your game. Or if you're someone super, super studied, maybe it doesn't throw you off your game because you just know like what ranges to play in each spot. But Rast is somebody like at the main event, there are going to be people playing very non-standard. And I think just playing your normal ranges is a big mistake. And Rast is somebody who knows how to take advantage of that and make reads. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm arguing really hard and I don't want to be like against really great players right now. And that's not my intent. I think they're like, this is just about Rast. It's not about anybody else. That's not to say that anybody else is not incredible. I just think like of all the people that I've played with, there are not many who like, I'm not sure if there are any, but there's certainly not many that I would put over Rast in this particular type of spot. You know, maybe somebody like Ivy, maybe somebody like Jason Kuhn. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Borg says, according to Floptimal, ace-3 off from the small blind is at 20 big blinds is mostly shove. So I got that right. By the way, what do you think about that tool? I checked it out once when they came out, and I thought it was a really beautiful interface. I thought they did a really good job with the UX, which is what I'm passionate about. I didn't watch Rast in the 25K PLO. You guys seem to think his play was underwhelming. I mean, I would be surprised by that, but I mean, I didn't see it. But like, he's somebody who's going to make very non-standard plays and sometimes going to look like a punt when he's wrong. But that's true of me too. Like, I'm just going to make guesses, and sometimes the guess is going to make me look like an idiot, and I'm fine with that. And I know Brian's fine with that too. So it could be that, or it could be that, you know, he didn't play that well, so whatever. Yeah, I want to move on because I feel like I'm arguing too hard. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'd be very, there are several people left who I'd be very happy to see win. So. Forecast, how many cat lovers are left in the main event? Does anybody know any? Need somebody to root for? I'm not sure. Eric, do you think female poker players are at a disadvantage against males? No, I don't. I think, I mean, if you mean of similar skill, then they're probably at an advantage. Although in tournaments, maybe it's a disadvantage because people tend to think they can run over female players, and they don't think that about males. And in a tournament, you really don't want people like fighting back at you too much. So that could be a disadvantage. But skill wise, like, on the one hand, I think people might try to run over them more, which is bad for them. On the other, when they fight back, people are going to fold to them more, which if they know how to use that image is going to work really well. So I would say a slight advantage. I think the main disadvantage that female poker players have is like study groups in poker. I think they're less often welcome or less often comfortable in like a group of peers who study together, which is one of the best ways to learn. And so I think that reaching the same level of skill becomes harder for them when they don't have like access to the same level of peer groups. But no, I don't think that just by nature of being female, they're going to have a disadvantage in playing. Rashab says, how long have you known Jungle for? Has he changed over the years? Personally, I guess I don't know. I want to say like 14 years or something, I'm guessing. Not super well. Like we don't hang out regularly. We never hung out regularly, but like I've known him a bit in person for that long. I mean, yeah, he's changed, but so have I. Like nothing stands out to me like in the way that he's changed compared to the way. I guess he's gotten a lot more. I feel like he's gotten a lot more comfortable and confident in his own skin, which I think is awesome. But other than that, no. I mean, we all change over 14 years. One Morty says, do you usually take long breaks during downswings? Yes, not long breaks really, but breaks. Yes, I like taking breaks during that. Moonlight Masters is laying out the case for Ras, not against Lena. Yep, absolutely. It's not about Lena. Poker fan wants to bet on Lena over Rast. I mean, I would bet. You can't really bet now. Like, it's kind of hard to bet because like unless it's between days, because then we know where everybody stands stack wise. Carlos says, "Why's Phil against Lena?" I think you're joking. In which case it's funny, but yeah, I'm certainly not. Nicolas says, "Phil, did you see the fold of Adrian Mateos King versus Ace on the turn Queen High?" I actually only saw I saw a screenshot of it and I didn't watch the hand play out, so I don't actually know exactly what happened, but I heard that it was sick, and he's a ridiculously talented player. But the last 4 days have been working, sleeping, or streaming, and that's it. We get chat on screen so we know what we're responding to. We could do that in a. I guess I'm only one tabling now, so I have time to make that work. Let's try screen capture. Okay. Window capture. Chrome. Why don't I see it? There. Okay. Let's take off the top. You can even hide the pin post. I mean, it's not. Let's do this actually. Let's make it. Oh no. Why did that happen? All right. Okay. I don't think you're supposed to open raise this with 20 big blinds, but it's got to be close enough. And I'd like to play a hand. Wow, why does this keep happening? All right, yeah, we can leave Moonlight Master's pin post there about vision. All right, we're going to fold. The news about vision and the pin post are in reference to I just did a study stream with vision, which if you missed it, you can watch the replay. We nerded out big time. If you want to see like more advanced study than I talk about during these streams, then I would suggest you check it out. And yeah, if you enter the code study stream at checkout, this is at runonce.com. As you can see here, runonce.com/vision. You'll get basically buy one, get one. So if you buy a 3-month access, you'll get a bonus 3 months. If you buy 1 month access, you'll get a bonus 1 month. So this player, Battenfield, cold called the all-in. So this should be interesting to see what they show down. Rashad, hey, asking a personal question. How's your financial relationships been with your partner or non-poker / rich friends been over the years? I guess I don't know what you mean by financial relationships, but how has that impacted relationships? I think having been, we would have flop trips. Having been on both sides of that, like having a big disparity in wealth between a friend, I think that it is a lot more noticeable and like front of mind for the friend with less wealth. Because when I've had friends with a lot more wealth than me, I do think about it, and there's like a status dynamic. And when I'm friends with people less wealthy than me, I never think about it at all, and I don't think there's a status dynamic. And so that's my personal experience, at least. I'm sure it's different for everybody, but that's how I felt in both scenarios. And so in my mind, it's just normal, but I recognize based on my own experience that in their minds it might not be. Let's see what they showed down, or if they they had to have shown down, right? Okay, that was ace queen against ace king. Against an under the gun limp, we're not going to fold this. I'm just wondering if we rip it in. I think we do. I think he can like limp fold. Oh, man, he's limping off of 17 bigs. I don't know. He can limp fold like ace 5 suited. Cool. This is fine. Hypothetical. Let's say you study with PLO Vision day in, day out for 6 months or a year. How good do you get, and how high stakes do you reach if you were incredibly dedicated? The answer is entirely dependent on the person. I think everybody has a ceiling. Ceiling's maybe the wrong word, but some people have more potential than other people. So it's like saying, I mean, just like chess. If you get 2 people studying chess for 6 months, one of them, even if they study just as dedicated as the other, one's going to be better. It's because of their natural aptitudes in areas that have to do with chess primarily. And if all of us here, how many of us are 500 plus of us here, if we all went to the same college to get a degree in physics, we would not all, and worked just as hard as each other, we would not all be the same level skill physicists when we graduate. And I think it's the same with poker. So there's not a really good answer. You say serving you up a softball here. I don't think there's a good answer. I think that you would certainly be a lot better than you were when you started, but that's not I can't know exactly how good. And yeah, as 2G says next, I guess you kind of answered that. Depends on how you perceive and use information learned. That's how I view it too. I guess I'm going to fold this. That's a bummer. Depends how quickly you can learn and not forget fundamentals. I imagine most people would get good, maybe burnt out from overstudy. Yeah, that's another element. Given study groups are just such a great way to learn, how do you suggest finding groups? And does this process change at different stakes? It's a pretty tough thing to figure out. It's actually part of the reason, a small part of the reason why, just in this last, just this year, I have my own group coaching program, which is for high stakes players, and Run It Once is beta testing now a group coaching program for low stakes live no limit players, because I think that group learning experiences are so powerful. So that, I guess that was an advertisement. So for me, you can find out at my website, philgalfond.com, and look for work with me to learn about the higher stakes group coaching program. And the beta at Run It Once is closed right now, but you can email support@runitonce.com and ask about it and learn about it for the future. But also, I would just go on like any kind of community. So if you're playing live, connect with people that you think are pretty good players, and like, actually more importantly, people that you like and seem trustworthy. And say like, hey, I've noticed you, I like the way you play. I like, well, even you don't have to be too strategic about it. You could just start hanging out with them. Like, hey, you want to grab dinner after the session? And then kind of over time, yeah, you know what I mean. Scott, would I rather fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? Is it weird that I find like a duck-sized horse less scary than just a duck? I guess I would go with the duck size horses. I have no idea. Don't know Ras, though I don't see how live player could be better than the best online crusher with the volume difference. I'm not saying he's better technically. I'm sure he's not. I would bet a lot of money that he's not better technically, and lay a lot of odds. But that's not the only thing it's about. It's not a fold. I wonder if it's a jam or a call. I think call. It's got to be the play. Eric, yeah. Hey, thanks for being here. Good evening. Other Eric. I guess we fold. Painless enough. Did I like Madison when I lived there? Absolutely. I loved Madison, Wisconsin. I absolutely would have stayed there, except that most of my friends left because they graduated college and moved away. I know there's a better way to put chat in here than the actual window, but this works for now, and it was fast. This will be a shove if folded to. You thought Jack 9 suited would be a call? Maybe. Borg says, hey, I'll soon have a degree in physics. Physics was one of, I took a little bit of physics, not very much, but compared to every other class that I took, at least in college, it was the highest percentage of super intelligent people were in physics classes. Not to say that there aren't super intelligent people studying other things, but just there were not unintelligent people studying physics. Yeah, as Eric said, with a short stack, like I only had, 14 big blinds or something, or less. You can't do a lot of calling. You just kind of have to rip in stuff that you want to play, a lot of the stuff that you want to play. Not all of it, but a lot of it. We are one tabling, so throw your questions my way, as I do have a lot of time to chat. To be perfectly honest, I am tempted to just stop streaming because, I don't know, one tabling is very unexciting for all of us. We're not very close to ITM at all because there's still 2 hours of late reg. I guess I'm going to raise fold king queen. I don't know. It's a good flop. Average stack 36K. We're 1/3 of that. We are going to defend for one big blind here. 8-1 odds, and maybe we flop something cool. That's a little bit cool. Well, not very cool anymore. I'll show them 10 of spades. The nuts versus aces. I had the 10 of spades, dude. Okay. If it's folded to me, I think this is a limp. Like Queens plus. Jacks plus, maybe. I mean, the ace doesn't look good, but he shouldn't have an ace when he checks back. And now I feel like have the nuts. I no longer have the nuts. He's going to have more 8x than 7x, but something about half pot thinking that he can't shove a 7. And so I make the same amount from 8x as I lose to 7x. He's going to have 8x more often because of card removal, blah, blah, blah. Whereas if I bet too small, I might incentivize him to shove some bluffs, but I'm probably not. And he did have an 8. Okay, I'm missing. Okay. Twisted Spine, what's the lowest I would play heads up PLO? I wouldn't play I would play 100, 200, or maybe 50, 100. Joshua, am I doing more miniseries like Alphon? Really good at this content. You should do it more. It's awesome. Thank you. I don't know how much credit I can take. I think I can help. I have some taste for it, but I'm not the one doing the hard work. I'm contributing, but it's not my talent. I don't know how much we'll do. The Ivy and Isildur videos that I have, the Ivy and Victor Blom videos. Those I think we'll do more of. The Galfon series was really high production value, and very expensive. And while people have really loved it, it's not like it hasn't done much for my YouTube channel. It's the 4 videos will be my, unless something changes, like my 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th most watched videos or something like that. And so it's not like they're doing worse than the Ivy and Victor Blom documentary videos, which were significantly easier to make and cheaper. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'd say I had fun doing it. I think they're great. I'm proud of them. But I don't know. Ship the bracelet. Nicholas, Phil, I really enjoy watching you play and getting your thoughts. Thanks for sharing. You're very welcome. Thank you for letting me know that. Joseph, yeah, I'd like to ship the bracelet. To be honest, I'd like to get all in soon and either have a lot of chips or be out and go nap. Al says you've been learning with me since the Blue Fire days. Good to see Jason Sentai still around in the background because his low stakes videos were amazing. Yeah, well, he was playing pretty high stakes at the time too. I guess he made both. But yes, he's one of my best friends and he's incredible. Calculus is fun. Yeah. I actually don't like calculus. I've liked almost all math except until we got to calculus. Borg, you love when I one table and talk to you more. I enjoy talking to you, but I also, if I were not tired, I'd be enjoying this. But I am tired. I'd rather sit on my couch and watch the main. Connor, thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the Galfon series. Don't stop yet. The Q&A is very much appreciated. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Go rest. Well, yeah, if I were playing cash games, I would quit and go rest, but I can't quit the tournament. I mean, I could punt my stack, but yeah, I'm not going to leave the money on the table. And if I'm playing it anyway, I might as well be here with you all. have any good books for self-development that I recommend? So I've been recommended some books recently, but I only started, this would surprise people, but I only started reading books like this year. And actually like in the last 2 months. So I don't really have a breadth of book reading experience to draw from. One table chat plus Q&A is fun. I keep busting before and around the final table, 2 tables and attorneys that matter. Wide topic, but any advice? So attorneys that matter, I assume that means the higher stakes stuff. There's a chance that you're playing too scared in the higher stakes stuff, or like basically for the same reason I'm saying Ras does great in the main event is because the pressure of the situation just makes you play worse, whether it's too tight or too like punty. But it also could very easily just be variance. So it's pretty hard to diagnose without more information. And I don't think there's anything you could tell me that would really give me the information. Code Cal says, I stopped liking physics when I studied at college. Yeah, I took it in high school and then I took it in college, and I did not like the college one as much, but that's again because I don't like calculus, and the college one included calculus. Oh, you guys are watching the queen hand. Thank you, thank you. I was also happy with how that one played out. It's funny because my line, it doesn't really rep very much when I size that way. Because like an ace can go all in. I'm not betting the turn with a 7. And so it's really just slow played preflop kings, you know, 10s through kings or 9s through kings. If I trap those, I might shove 9s and 10s. I don't really know what's correct. Maybe, you know, I don't know what you're supposed to do. But I probably would have shoved 9s I don't know. What's my usual preferred stake to play PLO at? Depends on the setting. 200, 400 as a generic answer. How fun were the Railheaven games? Asked Supero. To be honest, they were stressful. I mean, like they were fun and I did well, which was fun. But I was usually playing very short on bankroll for those stakes. I mean, 100K buying game, 501K. You should really have like a $5 million plus bankroll, and I did not. So they were just, scary, intense, fun, exciting. Did I think they would last forever, or did he not think too much about it? I didn't think too much about it at the time. What was the purpose behind the Galfon series? So my wife came up with the idea, which she's talked about publicly a little bit, so I won't go in depth there. And I thought it sounded kind of fun. That I've gotten a lot of requests from YouTube commenters and actually my team to be like, why don't I, you think I'm too ethical to take your 10K? Maybe, yeah, that's it. And a lot of people have asked, like, you know, what is it like? Do a video on like the day in your life. Show us like what your life is like. And I've never wanted to do it, A, because I think my life's actually kind of boring day to day, but B, I don't know. And when she had this idea, I was like, oh, well, that's a way that we can do this. That's like high production value and like something we'd be really proud of. And so that was kind of the impetus for it. And when we started filming, the expectation was that it would be more day in the life, more like reality show, following us around and like whatever, like seeing what happens in real time. But as it turns out, like for many reasons that I won't get into, not because, I mean, I've talked about them already on past streams the last couple of days. It just didn't make sense to do it. And so we switched to, we realized that it was more of like a docu-series style with a lot of retelling of the past rather than present day stuff. Self-promotion, telling your story. I mean, you could call it any of that. I think it's just like making good YouTube videos. Why make good YouTube videos? Team Royale, thank you very much. And I'm glad you're enjoying it. Sven Proud, yeah, there's a ton of variants in the game. Org, interesting. And yeah, I mean, poker players, like I've been at the World Series poker and the fire alarm goes off and nobody stops playing. Like nobody leaves their seats, nobody stops playing. You just don't stop playing poker. Poker 35, the Galfond doc was good, but don't you think if you title it better, you get more traction? The fact that it's just called Galfond, not getting casual viewers. Yes, I completely agree. And I've talked about this with the team. I'm not really sure what to call it. Like, because it's so high production value, like I didn't want to give it a cheesy YouTube title. And so that's why we landed on just Galfond. But I do think I mean, actually, this is a great opportunity. Do you guys have any suggestions? Because I would, if we could find something that's still like cool and not watch poker player. I don't know. You know what I mean? Not like clickbaity. That would describe the series. Then yeah, I think we should do that. Sven Proud says, kind of nuts if you think about it. AI versus AI, both playing solver, and one has a losing streak of 43 hands. Like, WTF? No, I mean, it's the same exact thing as flipping a coin. Not the same exact. It's almost the same as flipping a coin. And if you flip a coin, I mean, how many times did they do it? Did you say that already? 10K hands. If you flip a coin 10,000 times, what's the longest average streak? But anyway, it should be kind of similar. Maybe even longer. No, similar. See if I can research it. Also, how many times did they run the 10K hands, you know? Okay, ChatGPT, which is getting pretty good at running math like this, says 13 to 14 losses in a row would be normal. So I think that the 43, they have either done more than 10,000 or that was like extremely high variance. Yeah, it says for a million, it should be 19 to 20. So if we did like 100 million gets to 26 to 27. So I don't know if we're going to get that much higher. Yeah, 36 for 100 billion. I'm going to stop asking it there. So I don't know. The 43 sounds kind of nuts to me. And I don't think there's anything about poker that would make that likely. Exactly the same. Yeah, Twisted Spine. My favorite subject is math. I hate calculus. Really, all you need is good basic math to do well in life. That's, you know, same. And that's how I feel too. How do you balance not taking advantage of your friends for views? For example, you could have called in a favor from Durr to be featured. I think probably I don't ask friends for things enough because honestly, they'd be happy to do it. And so I think I don't do it enough. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't. I think that maybe I had a bad calculus teacher. I don't know. I love for you that Jason's such a good friend. It's awesome to see that Friendship persists. You guys are my biggest poker inspirations. That's awesome. Love the content. Thank you for your hard work. Yeah. Yeah, Jason's one of my best friends. I think probably always will be. Key says, thank you for the newsletter. The example hand where you can fold top set against people that aren't capable of bluffing a hand like middle pair on a wet board has really helped me up 7K the last 5 sessions. Awesome. The newsletter, by the way, is free. Moonlight Master just showed it in chat. philgalpha.com. Okay, I'm gonna take a short bathroom break. I have played with Pralad actually a decent amount. We played a lot live for like a few summers, live in Vegas. Okay, I'll be back. No. You couldn't see it. Somebody sat with me at 5100 PLO, but they checked it down. What? They limped and checked it down. And that was kind. Did we do it against 2 big blind? I'm gonna do it. Good luck, us. Oh no. Nine? Well, I can re-enter, but I'm not going to. As I mentioned, I'm very tired. No, I know, Borg, that ChatGPT makes a lot of mistakes, but it actually gave like a very good explanation of how it did it. And I mean, I didn't check it very carefully, but it's gotten a lot better, even just like, well, it's 4.0 or whatever, 4.0. Thank you all for being here. I'm kind of happy that I'm out of the tournament. If I was getting that heads up PLO action, I would have continued and rebought. But yeah, I'm going to go get some rest, hang out with my family, which I haven't really seen my son in 4 days because I've been here with you. So take care. Thanks for watching the stream. Watch the replays. We've got 4 days of streams here, and today was 2 different streams. One long study stream if you're into PLO. And I don't know when the next time I'll stream will be, but Galfine episode 4 comes out on Friday. My newsletter goes out every Tuesday, so if you haven't signed up for that, it's free, and it's a lot of, like, that's what I work the hardest on right now. philgalfine.com. And the Vision promo. Enter code study stream at checkout plus 3 months or plus 1 month, depending on if you get 3-month plan or the 1-month plan of Vision. And watch the last stream and you'll learn more about it. All right, that's it. I will see you in the newsletter. I'll see you in YouTube videos coming up. And maybe again for an impromptu stream someday if there's some